FEMY, Phemesis shares halted on a circuit breaker. Foxtrot Echo Michael Yankee halted on the way up at $1.34, 304%. That's FEMY. THO, Thor Industries, moving off the lows here, $90.86. Tango Hotel Oscar. Intercept shares now up about 77%, being acquired for $19 per share, $18.48 now on ICPT. ADPT, Adaptive Technologies, up 22% at the high. Alpha Delta Papa Tango, ADPT. KNG, DraftKings pulling back now. Shares up about 3% now. Got an upgrade at JP Morgan earlier. That's Delta Kilo November Golf.
Good morning, everyone. It's September 26, 2023. Market just opened 4 minutes, and I don't have any open positions yet. Just waiting on the sidelines. No opening range breakout or breakdown setup today. So just finishing up my watch list here. Setup is let's see if it's gonna give us any VWAP play, but no opening range. So we'll be just putting my levels pre-market high, pre-market low, and we're gonna have to turn off and on my camera so I can trade because I am just trading in my laptop.
X. LYFT, Lyft share is spiking here now, $10.12. Lima Yankee Foxtrot Tango. LYFT. Shares of Uber also spiking here. FEMY, Phemysys, shares resumed and halted again. Foxtrot Echo Michael Yankee.
CS oil futures turned positive after falling by over $1 a barrel earlier in the
Shares
session.
on the way down now, $1.25 halted on FEMY. LYFT lift right now up 3.25% off the highs. A note from BTIG said seeing healthy trends in Q3 rides. 2024 numbers are up. That is Lima Yankee Foxtrot Tango. IMVT, more highs now, 36.70, up 78%. India Michael Victor Tango. SLNO resumed trading. Coming up at 10, new home sales for August, expecting 700,000. The Richmond Manufacturing Index for -6. And CB Consumer Confidence 105.6 expected for September. FEMY shares resume and continuing to pull back now. $1.20 right now, up 261% off the highs of the day. FEMY. SLNO shares halted on the way down now, $18.54. Sandy Lima, November Oscar. RAD, Rite Aid share is moving here. Romeo Alpha Delta. CANO, Kano Health at the highs now. Charlie Alpha November Oscar. Share is up about 17.5% at the highs for CANO. Company announced earlier the sale of all substantially all of its primary care centers in Texas and Nevada for about $66.7 million in total. That's CANO, Charlie Alpha November Oscar.
According to sources, Italy had to cut its economic growth forecast this year to 0.8%.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
spot 1 with a range of 108 to 103 expected. Continuing with housing in the US, we do also get the US new home sales units. Again, this is also for this one being for the month of August. So the forecast is 0.698 million on the prior 0.714 million, with a range of 0.732 to 0.67 million expected. We also get the Richmond Fed Composite Index. Forecast is for -7, unchanged from the prior -7, and a new home sales change month over month. Forecast of -2.2% from the prior 4.4%.
WISH, Context Logic shares at the highs now. Whiskey India Sandy Hotel up about 2.25%. WISH.
Following the cash equity open here, we are seeing the S&P 500 extend this drop. So it's down 0.9% on the session now. The dollar's finding its way in the green, up 0.1% as per the Dixie.
AVTX, low price stock with very heavy volume now, up 31%. Alpha Victor Tango X-Ray, Avalo Therapeutics.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. Do you see the US Conference Board's Consumer Confidence read for the month of September? The forecast is 105.5 on the prior 106.1, with a range of 108 to 103 expected. We also get the US new home sales units for the month of August. Forecast is 0.698 million on the prior 0.714 million, with a range of 0.732 million to 0.67 million expected. US new home sales change month over month, and the forecast is minus 2.2% on the prior 4.4%, and the Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast minus 7, prior minus 7. So US stocks extending their fall, with the Nasdaq now down 1%.
CHWY Chewy, the October $20 call is trading now. Charlie Hotel Whiskey Yankee.
One minute remaining. I'll be leading with the US Conference Board's consumer confidence.
Coming up, Richmond Manufacturing Index minus 6 expected. New home sales 700,000. CB Consumer Confidence 105.6.
Richmond Fed Composite Index out early at 5, higher than the forecast of minus 7. Ten seconds to remaining data.
Richmond Manufacturing Index
103,
plus 5 versus
103, lower than
minus 6
forecast 105,
expected. New
spot
home
5,
sales
new home
minus
sales units 0.675 million,
8.7% versus
0.675
plus
million, lower than forecast
8.7%,
0.698 million,
675,000
and the new home
versus
sales change at minus
700,000 expected.
8.7%,
CB consumer coming up at 10:30, Dallas Fed Services revenues and Texas services sector outlook for September.
Fed's Kashkari says we have made a lot of progress towards 2% inflation. As again, Fed's Kashkari has published an essay on the Minneapolis Fed website. Fed's Kashkari says, again, we have made a bit of progress towards the 2% inflation goal.
CRKN, low price
And Fed's
stock, $100
Kashkari
stock
says,
getting a pop here.
in
Charlie
no of
Romeo
no
Kilo
theatrical
November
framework
on
that can tell
small
us, or
volume coming in.
theoretical framework even, that can tell us how much we will need to tighten long real rates to get inflation back to 2% in a reasonable time frame. So again, Fed's Kashkari knows of no theoretical framework that can tell us how much we'll need to tighten in order to get inflation back to target. Kashkari puts a 60% probability on a soft landing as well.
Fed's Kashkari publishes essay on Minneapolis Fed website, says we have made a lot of progress to our 2% inflation goal in no theoretical framework that can tell us how much we will need to tighten long real rates inflation back to 2% in a reasonable time frame. Kashkari says they put a 60% probability on a soft landing.
And Fed's Kashkari also
I
puts
put
a
a 40%
probability on a scenario where the Fed will have to raise rates significantly higher in order to beat inflation.
That's from the Minneapolis Fed president. S&P futures falling to the lows now, or just off the lows.
And
Kashkari
says we can observe progress on inflation over the next several months to figure out which scenario is the dominant one.
Is the dominant one.
The Conference Board's 12-month inflation expectations for September are
SLNO,
unchanged at 5.7%.
Therapeutics shares are hitting new highs for the day. $25 now, up 400.
And for anybody interested, we have posted out Fed's Kashkari's full essay titled "Policy Has Tightened a Lot, but Is It Enough?" So again, that is available on the feed. Fed's Kashkari's full essay.
Okay, so this trade is taking longer than usual. I entered short at average cost is 40.46 using the 15 minutes. So yesterday I traded the same stock and was able to capture this move in the daily. So yesterday it went all the way to 41.38 before it had a pullback. So today, just that 2-day play did not have the momentum for this one to test yesterday's high at 41.27. And when I saw that it is going lower low, lower high, this one is based on the daily, looking at a higher time frame and then moving to 15 minutes chart. 15 minutes chart, that's the time that I get to see this inverted hammer right here. This inverted hammer right here, the wick is
US
lower
stocks
compared
extending
to
full
this
here. So this
higher
is
wick.
the S&P now
So
down 1.1%.
I
The
went
Nasdaq's
short
down 1.3% now.
after this Benzinga. I went short below the body of this wick. So average cost here is 40.46. Stop loss is this steel line, which is 40.75. That is also the high of the wick of this candlestick. If I will use this wick right here, that would be a higher risk for me. So for this trade, since I have 1,500 shares, just willing to risk for around 405 with 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. But per share, my risk is 0.46 minus 0.73. I'm risking 27 cents for this trade. And so far, it had been moving in my direction. Now, this one still has a big potential because we just lost this gray line right here, which is yesterday's closing price. So that yesterday's closing price can act as a strong resistance. So we just lost VWAP moving average, yesterday's closing price. Now that one is going to act as a strong resistance. So I haven't taken any partials yet. This one looking at the 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we do have a moving average there that can serve as a support. So I'll wait until 39.98 where the moving average is to be broken. See, there's not really a lot in the level 2. We do have some orders sitting here at 40.09. So 40.09 is, let's see here. Now, if you look at this level, this dotted line there, that is yesterday's closing price. Since we are now below that yesterday's closing price, that will act as a ceiling or a resistance now. I do have my entry all the way up here, so I will give this one some time to consolidate. Expect that this one is a place of consolidation because that is yesterday's closing price. So looking at the higher time frame, the daily was able to have a good entry here because if we put a trend line right here, so from this level to here, trend line is not that clear when you have a very small screen. Yeah. Let's see if I can change the color for this big yellow. We cannot just see yellow in. And let's make it wider. So now the trend line is like that. So you see how this one acted as a strong resistance right there. 40.20. That's
So looking
acting
now
as
to
a
the
strong
fear and greed
resistance.
index, 29 out of 100. That's indicating fear today. With the crypto fear and greed index at 46 out of 100, also indicating fear.
SPY here, on the other hand, is very weak as well.
Democratic Senator
So SPY
Casey of
just lost
Pennsylvania
that
says
support,
Menendez should
49
resign. Also earlier,
429.
Senators
So we're
Baldwin
still
and
heading
Tester
lower
said
SPY here.
New Jersey Senator Menendez should resign.
I was swinging Disney as well, but I just closed my position there. Disney was so weak. Let's see what Disney did. Disney looks like it's about to test that support, the low of, yeah, I exit my position right here, 80.34. Right now it's 80.04. It's about to test the low of all-time low, 79.78. I won't be surprised if that one is broken. So yeah, Disney is just getting hammered. Let's go back to SE here. So a little bit of a bounce in that moving average, 40.02. That is also the high of this body of yesterday's closing, yesterday's price, as well as of course that yesterday's closing price is that. Forty acted as a support right there, 40.03. So I haven't taken any partials yet. My position is still intact here, just 1500. Big rejection right there. Now, if I was aggressive,
SYNH, Syneos Health getting a pop here. San Diego Yankee, November Hotel, SYNH.
I could have added to my position here, but that means the average cost is going to be all the way down here, which will give me a higher risk. So I did not add to my position, but that could have been a good place to add.
HRTG, Heritage Insurance, getting a pop here, $6.27.
So here, this is the daily. Very good entry here because this one is higher than today's high, which is today's high is 40.91. Yesterday's high is at 41.38. So it did not even have the momentum to test that high. And looking at the daily, look at the pop right here. So from 35, 35.88 went all the way up to 41. So that one is at least $6 move. So right now, thesis here is since we have a huge pop yesterday, they did had a news, but this one is just filling this what we call an inside bar. So for an inside bar play, it will just test the high of the day, which in this example it did not have the momentum to even test the high of today. So very weak. And then this can have the potential to just go and test this level. So it can have the potential to touch 36.37. Now, that's not 100% guarantee, just like all the stocks, but a higher potential for this one to just go inside this bar right here. So right now, yeah, this one is an easy trade, and it just takes longer time because we use the 15 minutes. But also, if you have the daily as the confirmation, you have the 15 as the confirmation. So once you have the higher time frame as the one that you're trading, then that can silence the noise. And if you will notice, I have not been including my even the 1 minute or the 2 minutes in my chart, especially that I'm trading in my laptop, so I only have one screen. So having one screen, I just have to focus on um, and silence the noise. And the way that I can do that is by looking at the higher time frame, which is 5:15 and the daily. And of course, well, Disney here was the um, one that I was just looking because I closed my swing position here. I entered at 81.21 and then closed at around 80.43. So just a small position there for the swing, but I did not want to hold this one longer because yeah, it looks like it's about to test the all-time low. So let's just look at what the SPY is doing overall. So overall market SPY is just acting very, very weak. We lost the support 428 and then now 427. Where is the next support there? Next support is around this body, which is at 426.58. So we still do have some room for that to go. So looking at the 15 here, 15 minutes, very bearish still. So no reason to exit this trade yet. Okay, so what's the next support? So next support here, the low of this wick is at 4 or at 39.84. So 39.84. Let's see. Yeah, we're just heading there now. 39.84. Next destination here. We do have bunch of orders. We have some orders at 39.95. So expect some consolidation there. But our price now is below 40, which we do have that moving average there. So that 40 now will become a ceiling or that resistance. Daily looking very good because we have timed this one and have our entry at 40.46. Now this one is one of those trades that, oh, wish I could have gotten more shares, but did not want to risk more than that. I think I'm risking less than 30 cents for this trade. A little bit of a pop right there. I won't be surprised if this one starts to consolidate here. So for this trade, I am risking 0.73. Risking 27 cents.
JKS Jinko Solar, more highs now, 29.15, up about 10%. Julia Kilo Sandy. Coming up at 10:30, Dallas Fed Services revenues and Texas
U.S. House
Services
Speaker
sector
McCarthy,
outlook.
speaking to reporters, says the House is to vote on a GOP stopgap measure this week.
Forties, lots of orders sitting at 40s here.
S&P
So-
futures bouncing off the lows here at 43.3350.
So futures looks like bouncing. That can have some effect here as well. But we do
This
have
stream is sponsored by
bunch of
TickStrike.
orders here,
TickStrike allows you to
39.94.
actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So let's see what is. So we're still below yesterday's closing price. The stock now is down by 0.37%. Looks like they're fighting this off to push this a little bit higher, down by 0.1%. Bunch of sellers here. Let's look at moving. We're now above the moving average here. Look at the volume right here. There's not a lot of volume. That this stock is really pushing higher here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a rejection even at the VWAP, but that would mean we're going to be so close to my entry here. So in the 5 minutes, it showed some
Dallas
signs
Fed
of
Texas Services sector
reversal.
revenue index 8.7 in
Not a lot
September
of volume though.
versus 16.2 in August. Dallas Fed Texas Services sector index of general
So we're still
business
in that trend.
activity minus 8.6 versus minus 2.7 in August.
About to push higher than yesterday's closing price. It's now flat here.
So seeing that the UK had to sell £2.25 billion of a 1.5% 2053
PRKN,
bonds
more
on
highs now,
October the
Charlie
3rd.
Romeo
Fine,
Kilo
The
it
sale
is.
is a
November,
reopening of previously issued securities with 14.854
up
billion
about 7%.
outstanding. Currently, the securities are being quoted at a price
CRKN.
to yield of around 4.737%.
Not a lot of volume here when we're pushing higher, but it's now up by 0.8. Short squeeze
BFRG
can also happen here.
shares near the intraday high now, up about 37%.
Not a lot of volume here.
Bravo Foxtrot Romeo Golf. Company announced data from its study evaluating its treatment for glioblastoma. That is BFRG.
So now we're at the VWAP, 40.37. That could have been a good place to add. Yeah, expect a rejection here at the VWAP here, because there's not a lot of volume to.
AMC Entertainment, the October 13 8.5 calls trading now, shares off the highs, up 2.75%. Company earlier announcing a Taylor Swift film beginning on October 13th. That's Alpha Michael Charlie.
It's 10:33. We have 2 minutes before new candlestick form here. Yeah, this one contests as well my entry here, 40.47. We have the volume, a lot of volume here. Looking at the level 2. We're up by
TK
15 cents.
Corporation getting a pop to the high on some volume, small volume now. Tango
What is
Kilo.
the SPY doing? SPY, then we found a bottom. Looks like it had a pop from 426. Getting really close to my entry here.
Shares of Nvidia popping here to the highs, 426.83.
Rejection right there.
So WTI oil rising spot 4% to $90 a barrel.
Volume is not there, so expect some consolidation at this level. Big volume here, 11. Thinking of adding to this. $32. See if that's gonna fill my shares here. Did not. Did not feel my ad here. It's the thing when DAS updated their platform. It's just not straightforward on how to activate this, being able to drag my entry and stop loss. Studies, data config, and chart figure. Range, show different background, transparency. Must be here. So I'm trying to see the option where I can trade and I can just drag my entry and exit. This one I need. Global trend line trend. Yeah, that's changed everything when they upgraded it. So now it's not straightforward. Right click and move in price area to zoom. Vertical dragging. Start. Try this one, vertical dragging. So not a lot of volume when it was picking up, when it was pushing up. So let's see if I can add to my position. Cannot still drag it. So it looks like we're
SLNO canter out with a note raising the price target from $19 to $35.
So
That's
pushing up here.
Sandy Lima November Oscar.
So we're now 40.53 horizontal green line. So 5 minutes, very bullish. So stop loss here is 40.75. So this one can be some short squeeze as well. Where did you hit the stop loss? Lots of volume sitting here. Volume is dying here when we're pushing up in the 15 minutes. Stop loss is at 40.74.
House Speaker McCarthy said the House to vote on GOP stopgap measure this week.
Lots of volume sitting here at the bid now. About to test this level, 40.73. Some resistance at 40.68. Still very bullish in the 5 minutes though. Another test here. Volume is not there. This can just test the high of the day as well. This one turns to a red and goes below 40.51. That will be a good place to add. Otherwise, just gonna be a stop out at, yeah, close to the high of the day. Big order sitting at 40.71. .53 would be a good place to add. Big order sitting at the bid now. Adding to my position at 40.53. If we go there. Volume is dying in the 5 minutes.
COSM, Cosmos Health, getting a pop to the high. Charlie Oscar Sandy Michael.
So Hans is on
Shares
the
up
trigger to
7%,
add at
COSM.
40.53 to the short. That is below the body of that 5 minutes. Bunch of orders sitting at the ass, 40.65. Not a lot of orders at that 5 minutes candlestick. Now below this, the body of this 5 minutes, but there's not a lot of orders here. This can go either direction as well. We're close to that 40.53. Added to my position there. So now average cost is 40.46 still.
WTW increasing its share buyback program by $1 billion. Whiskey Tango Whiskey. WTW.
So not a lot of volume here as well as here. So that can also just be a consolidation. I did increase my share size when it had that pop. So let's see. So now my latest share size is 1900 here. So this one is working nicely. The same stop loss. Stop loss is at 73 or that teal line. So that would some pop the VWAP.
S&P Global Research says Canada's economic outlook shows sluggish growth.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So the US to sell $85 billion of 4-week bills on September 28th to settle on October 3rd. US Treasury to auction $85 billion in 4-week bills again on September 28th to settle on October 3rd. So
LCID Lucid, the January $13 calls trading, Lima Charlie India Delta, LCID. Shares of Lucid popping to the highs, $5.38, Lima Charlie India Delta.
This is just taking longer than expected. So with the tape as well as the level 2, there's no imbalance right here, which is under consolidation, which is pretty much expected because the volume, as you can see here, we're just at 64,000 volume. So that's low compared to the opening volume of almost 500,000 shares. That's why we're heading to this consolidation. The time is 11:02. So that also is those traders who were done trading at the open is not adding to the liquidity of this stock. This stock is up by 0.3 cents or 0.72%. This is the pullback, 40.47. We do have some orders sitting at 40.44. We are now testing again that level, which is also my entry at 40.47. I did build up my position here, and we're now sitting at shares of 1900. We just lost the VWAP, but that took a while. If you look at the volume as well in the 15 minutes, when we were pushing up right here, this big volume candlestick, look at the volume bar right here, we are declining. That is a VWAP. So expect some consolidation at the VWAP. VWAP now is acting as a strong support. This can go either direction still because this can just break the high of the day or also break yesterday's high. It's a strong stock, so that's why we do have a tight stop loss. It did had a good move, broke this yesterday's closing price at this level. I was expecting a more movement, even to just test the low of the day. We did not get there, but we did had a push. Now that push right there has a declining volume bar, so that's the reason why at the push, this one looks like it is an anomaly that we have a big candlestick, small volume bar right here. That's why I added to my position here. But again, this one, because short squeeze can happen, so this can have a dramatic move to the upside as well. That's why we do have a stop loss, a tight stop loss here. Because all those shorts who like me, who's wanting and waiting for this one to drop. If the bulls starts to jump into this trade, we do have a big order sitting at 40.53, so that will jump into that 40.53. So all those shorts, once this one goes to above 40.77, shorts will be covering, so buying back the shares, so that would add up to the fire for this one to squeeze up. So that's the short squeeze that we are talking about. So at the higher time frame, so look at this volume bar right here, higher time frame. Now we're looking at the 30 minutes. Volume bar is just 897,000 with this big candlestick, small volume bar to the upside. And we're still heading lower low, lower high. Although this one
Treasuries erased gains, 2-year yield to a day's high of 5.15%.
So yeah, we'll just give it some time to consolidate here. That's a lot of orders that came through. This is like heat that waiting to dry. Now this is the time that, oh, we got that move here. I could have just run away and, just took some, at least that was a 1K, almost a 1K move. So could have run away with that. I do see some potential this one to still go lower. That's still a 50-50 though, just like the rest of the trade. But considering that it's taking longer time than usual, I would have rather taken the move when it goes right here. In that way, I could have saved some time because now, what time did I start this? I started my position at around 10 and now it's 11. So it's been an hour. I value my time more than this move. So that's why a quick move is better. But considering that we are using a higher time frame takes longer to unfold. So another thing that I can do here is just do a range bound trade where I can have a stop loss at the top since I'm long and the profit target at the bottom. So whichever comes first, the other order gets canceled. What time here? Local time here is so local time is 9:08. I do have to check out at 11. So 2 hours. And I have to get ready to check out. So at least the internet connection is okay and working. Still here in Denver. Gonna be doing a couple more traveling for the rest of the week. So we'll try to see if there's an internet connection to the next hotel that I'm gonna be checking in. If not, then let's see if I can do some streaming tomorrow. So bid and ask both are, there's no imbalance there. So expect some consolidation to happen there. Let's look at the higher time frame. 30 minutes, just a little bit of a pullback right there. We can't really tell whether this one is still heading lower low, lower high because we are inside this first 30 minutes candlestick here. So yeah, just taking longer than usual. We're now back at the VWAP again. So looking at our 5 minutes, 5 minutes looking like, yeah, we're lower low, lower high, but we based it on a higher time
So
frame.
according to sources, German Economic Institutes forecast German inflation at 6.1% in 2023 and 2.6% in 2024. And according to sources, German Economic Institutes forecast 0.6% GDP contraction in Germany in 2023, 1.3% growth in 2024.
Okay, so let's look at our target here. So our entry is 40.46. Potential to test again the low of this candlestick, which is, let's see, 39.83. 39.83. Let me just get my calculator here. So let's just put some level or some profit target levels here. So we've got a horizontal line here. We can take some partial at that level, another partial right here, low of the day. So that would be six.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Since I added to my position here, the move here at around 39.84 is actually not bad of a risk to reward ratio. So that would mean already 2.51 reward to risk ratio. So not bad since we added to this position here. We are now about to break. We are now heading below the VWAP. We have that moving average there acting as a support. Waiting for this one to break the closing price, which is that dotted line right there, which is a 40.20. Time, it's 9:12. I need this one to move faster than this. I need to check out, so, and I need to recap, so let's go. I'm really surprised that internet connection is not too bad. So let's see, connected. Yeah, not bad of a connection here. All right, come on. We have to wrap this up. So 40.31 acting as a support there. Haven't had any partials yet. I did have to take three, I added 3 times to this position. So first entry here added to position when we got that pushed, and then we have the anomaly because it's not supported by big volume bars. So big candlestick to the pushed up, but no volume bars to support it. That's the time that I added to my position here, making my average cost the same, 40.46. And then now we are having that support of yesterday's closing price. So I need this one to break yesterday's closing price. We do have 40.25 sitting here, so that's our next destination. It is just taking its time. So that would mean this is pack and go. So I would not have any time to do some packing because this thing is not moving. Let's go. We are now testing yesterday's closing price. Took longer than what I anticipated to do. I did ask the front desk if I can do a late checkout, which of course they said they don't do, which I don't see a lot of people in the hotel anyway, but it is what it is. So now we are below that, enough with the ranting, below that yesterday closing price, 40.20. Our tape right here, 40.18, bunch of reds, thank you. Okay, heading lower on. I want this one to test that 39.84. We are now below that. Took longer. This took longer. Come on. So the good trade here is if this stock play just below, or the movement is just below yesterday's closing price, this one has a very good potential for this one to be a runner to the low side. 40.19. There's some buyers right there. Could also just be some profit takers. It did move from 40.75 already to 40.21, so that's 50 cents. So scalpers are already taking some partial there. We do have a moving average right here, and that is that 40.12. The tape now has 40.17. A bunch of orders now sitting at the bid, very bearish. You need this one to break 40.12 for this one to be a comfortable trade. So I can start with the recap. Big order sitting at 40.13. So that's the next destination there. What time is it? 11 points. Well, East Coast is 11:17. Local time here is, I think, 9:17. Yeah, 2 hours difference. So what I'm thinking of doing is I might just start the pact and then just let this do what it wants to do, come back and see how it's doing. Okay, some support, 40.17. We have 40.11. Next destination there. Come on, you need a big move down. 40.11, next destination. Now, if this one retests my entry, I will be out of this trade, which is 40.46. This is the move that I was waiting for. Now we are about to break that 40.12 moving average in the 5 minutes. Come on. 40.09 is the next destination. I feel like I'm an announcer here. Some support. Oh, come on. Buy is still not done, heading lower. Okay, some buyers step in there at that moving average. 40.17. Buyers step in. Big volume. Look at this, big volume. I need a flushed, otherwise the entry is not going to be as good. So how many more minutes before? Okay, so this is gonna close. We have a new candlestick now at the 5 minutes. We are heading lower low, lower high. This one is a big volume bar to the downside. So this is gonna break 40.12. Now we are 40.11. Took longer though. Now we are bid is now stocking up with 40.10. We have a lot of orders sitting at the bid now. Only 40.12, bunch of bids. 40.0705.
Italy said to target a budget deficit of up to 4.5% in 2024. And Italy said to lower the 2023 growth forecast to 0.8%. So in regards to the Italy headlines there, we did hear this earlier in the session.
Okay, some support there, 40.12. So 40.11. At least we're now below yesterday's closing price. This stock right here is down by 0.15% for 0.06 cents. 0.08 is the next destination. Resistance right there for some support. We're now 40.09. Look at the higher time frame. Okay, we did encounter that support right there, 40.05. That was the lowest of this candlestick right here. There was a big orders as well with at the downside there. That can also just be, we can also encounter a reversal here to the upside, but let's see. Both are 15. We're now back to that level. Yeah, they're really supporting this one. It's flat now. Big orders 40.18. We're back to yesterday's closing price. Yeah, they're just really supporting this stock right here.
So the CIA builds an artificial intelligence tool in rivalry with China.
What is this stock anyway? Let's look at the news. Okay, Since this one is taking forever, I'm just gonna take a look at the news. And all I know is this is a share something, DraftKings 919. What? That was a long time ago. There's no new news at all. Okay, C Limited shareholders, law office, lawsuit, investors who purchase between blah blah. Okay, some short squeeze happening now. And realize here. By using the link before. So they had a lawsuit back in the 19, but I'm looking for a new news, which I don't know. I don't see any new news for this stock. Only this lawsuit right here, and I'm not sure why it did had that pop to begin with yesterday when there's no news. It has a lawsuit on the 19th, which is this day. So that one was a week ago, had a lawsuit, but yesterday had a big pop from 36 to 40.3. So that can just be some short squeeze that happened. And then now we're at 40.16. We have that ceiling now at 40.19, which is yesterday's closing price. So now that I don't see any news here, so that could have been just some technical, short squeeze that happened yesterday. So now I'm more inclined for a short here because there's no news. The new news today is DraftKings, which DraftKings had a big move. C Limited is included here. Okay, so there's the huge drop that we saw. I just saw that in my peripheral vision there. So DraftKings, CCL, Meta, SE. Some options here. Okay, didn't take me there. Oh shoot. Just don't want to mess up my. Let me save this. Stop. Traveling. Set. So a huge drop happened there. I just saw some red prints right here when I was reading the news. But yeah, that one, another big volume bar right here when we are heading lower. All right, so SPY is still having that pullback right there. SPY is still weak. The 30 minutes for this trade is looking very bearish. We opened below this candlestick, but we're still heading to that consolidation at yesterday's closing price. The thing that I like about here is when we're pushing down, we do have that big volume bar, but we are just in that range of between 40.09 and 40.20. So between that move of like 11 cents, that is just that consolidation right there. So let's see if this is going to be supported by bulls here. 15 minutes is looking just under consolidation. 30 minutes though is, yeah, so we're back in that yesterday's closing price. They're really fighting to keep this one either just a flat. Look at our 60 days. 60 days is weak, or 30 minutes and 60 minutes or 1 hour. So I'm waiting for this one to break the support, 40.09. Let's look at our level 2 here. No imbalance, so expect some consolidation to happen here. So volume is not there at this 5 minutes, so expect some consolidation. So you can already tell if there's a consolidation that's going to happen because comparing from at the open, we're trading at almost 571,000 shares, and then now we are just 55,000 shares. Yeah, this level right here is just being defended. That is yesterday's closing price. We have a big volume sitting right here, 40.17. Waiting for this support to be broken. Let's see. 40.06 is the next support. Just curious what Disney did. $80.01. Hmm. They're defending this level right here, yesterday's closing price. So I'll let this one move for now, give it some time to move, and then I'll be right back.
Reuters reporting that the U.S. Interior Department says postponing Gulf of Mexico oil and gas lease sale that was originally scheduled for September 27th. That reported by Reuters. Reuters citing Bloomberg says Volkswagen cuts EV production at German sites as demand craters. Volkswagen pauses production of 2 car models due to drop in demand. Again, that from a spokesperson now reported by Reuters. Victor Lima Kilo, Alpha Foxtrot.
So S&P on credit conditions in North America fourth quarter says higher for longer interest rates and recession possibility suggests credit conditions for borrowers may deteriorate, and says the US economic expansion will likely slip below trend next year.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So S&P on credit conditions in North America in the fourth quarter says CRE loan losses could rise amid higher financing costs and declining demand for US regional banks. So S&P on credit conditions in North America on the fourth quarter says US GDP growth will likely slip below trend for a drawn-out period, just a repeat of an earlier headline. So S&P on credit conditions for North America in the fourth quarter says that
AMZN,
we
Amazon,
expect the
Reuters
slowdown in
reporting that
China
the
to have only a few
FTC
direct
suing
effects on the
Amazon
US
for
economy.
illegally maintaining monopoly power. That's Alpha Michael Zulu November, AMZN. Shares of Amazon ticking slightly lower, 127.04 now, down about 3% for the day. AMZN.
So more commentary from the S&P on North America
SAP
Q4
announced
says
new
bank deposits are
generative
declining,
AI
but recent
assistant
outflow were more measured and
Joule,
within
that's Sandy Alpha
expectation.
Papa.
All right. So realities of trading is there's sometimes movement doesn't happen that quickly. And once it's like that, just like this SE trade, the movement is just not there yet. So trading can be a bit boring at times, most especially if you're stuck in a range, just like now. We are stuck in this level between 40.01 and 40.35. They're trying to defend that yesterday's closing price, which is 40.2. We already broke off of that level, and then now next level here is 40.09. So just about to prepare to for me to check out. And while I'm doing that and just monitoring this trade right here, yeah, just doing my makeup. So yeah, when that happens, you just have to be patient in waiting for that move that you initially anticipated for you to have that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So I'm waiting for this one to go to 39.85. While I'm waiting for that to happen, we have that 15 minutes, lots of consolidation, and yeah, just um, realities of trading is yeah, just doing my makeup on the side. So SPY is still weak. It's now 426.98. I don't see any sign of reversal in SPY. I don't think anyone would like to be long at at this point. All right, so we touched that level 40.08 and then bounce off of that level. We're still flat in this. Well, this trade right here, unrealized is just over 500 here, but anticipating it to test this wick, which is at 39.82. So waiting patiently for that movement to happen, or for that move to happen. We did have a big volume bar right here when we were pushing down. So we're back again to that consolidation. Moving very slowly.
IMDT, new highs now. Immunovant up 100% now on India. Michael Victor Tango.
Man, this stock right here is just flat. Big volume bar
So
right
S&P
here.
again on credit on emerging markets in Q4. It says subdued external demand from US, Europe, and China will weaken export profiles for most emerging markets.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So oil futures are extending gains with US crude up by $1 a barrel.
OCUP Occupier received FDA approval for Ryzumvi, new dosage form. That's Oscar Charlie Uniform Papa, OCUP. That from the FDA website.
Had a push at 40.25. It's not supported by a volume bar here.
ETNB 89 Bio at the highs now.
So we are at 12:12. Look at this 15 minutes right here. Just that consolidation there. Higher time frame, same. But now instead of this having that big volume bar or big candlestick to the upside, we now have this tiny candlestick to the upside with low volume. So we now have that resistance at 40.31, which is that VWAP. They're trying to defend this one to yesterday's closing price. Oh yeah. Gracias. This level right here is also. What is that level from yesterday?
AMZN, Amazon
Pre-market
says
high as
if
well.
FTC antitrust suit is successful, the result would be fewer products to choose from, higher prices, slower deliveries for consumers. That's AMZN, that from Reuters. Amazon says FTC lawsuit is wrong on the facts and the law, and we look forward to making that case in court. That's AMZN.
Right. 5 minutes. Did that have an inverted hammer in the 5 minutes? Another rejection. He's still back flat. Bless you. All right, so I'll be right back. Let me just start packing and I'll just keep this one on. And yeah, let's look if there's any resolution on this movement here. It's just still flat.
FE First Energy declares increased common stock dividend. That's Foxtrot Echo. Increases quarterly dividend 5% to 41 cents per share from 39%. That's FE Foxtrot Echo announcing that
So seeing, of course,
dividend.
that Microsoft is developing a cheaper AI
increase,
that mimics
FE.
OpenAI, according to the information. It's been 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour. ECB's Holzman slated to speak at an event in Vienna. So no indication on the subject of Holzman's speech or whether a text or Q&A is expected.
The EMK under $1 stock popping here up 106%. Delta Michael Kilo.
So in 5 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. do see comments from ECB's Holzmann, who's speaking at an event in Vienna, and no indication of the subject of Holzmann's speech or whether there will be a text or a Q&A.
DMK farmer share is popping to the highs of $1.05, Delta Michael Kilo. DMK shares now halted on a circuit breaker. Delta Michael
Shortly expecting
Kilo
comments from
halted
ECB's
on a
Holzmann.
circuit breaker. Share is now at the highs of $1.09, up 140%. DMK. TAST, Carol's Restaurant Group, getting a pop to the high. Tango Alpha Sandy Tango. On some volume, TAST. DMK resuming now. Delta Michael Kilo. Share is hitting $1.25, now up 165% after that Canada patent news. DMK.
So ECB's Holzman says it's unclear whether we're at peak rates yet. So the Fed bids for 2-year notes totaling 820.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So those are the non-comp accepted bids for the 2-year notes. Fed bidding for 2-year notes, $0. So again, no bids for the 2-year notes from the Fed. Non-comps at $829 million. And ECB's Holzman says that upside inflation risks are still out there. ECB's Holzman says we can't exclude further rate hikes. That's Holzman there, ECB governor. Can't exclude further rate hikes.
SLNO, new highs on Soleno Therapeutics, 25.94 now, up 479% at the highs. That's Sandy Lima November Oscar. BMK moving back towards the highs again now, $1.35 up 197% Delta Microkilo.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, US due to sell $48 billion in a 2-year note sale. The prior bid to cover was 2 to 94, with a prior high yield of 5.024%, again for the 2-year note sale. So the monthly auction of these Treasury 2-year notes today needs to overcome any investor qualms about its increased size and the potential for a US government shutdown in order to affect credit ratings, though it is set to draw the highest yield seen since 2006, according to analysts there. So the sale is the first of 3 this week, including a 5 and 7-year sale over the next 2 days. So JP Morgan strategists see this auction as requiring additional concession despite the recent rise in yields because of rapidly increasing auction sizes and risk appetite curbed by potential for a government shutdown beginning later this week.
DMK shares halted on a circuit breaker, Delta Michael Kilo on the way down now $1.19. That's DMK.
ECB's Holzman says, I'm happy if rates stay high with the economy strong. ECB's Holzman does add, though, that the economy could yet surprise on the upside. Holzman adds that our monetary policy is working. So it's now 5 minutes away to the top of the hour, with the US due to sell $48 billion in 2-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2 to 94, and with the prior high yield of 5.024%. So just making note of the primary dealers' positions in the 2 to 3 year sector. They were net long around $10 billion in the week to September 13th, versus an average of $4.5 billion over the past year, so over double the average over the past year net long from primary dealers. Also noting the latest CFTC positioning data, that shows that speculators are net short 1.24 million 2-year note futures, which is a near record amount.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
ECB Tasman says should consider reducing PEPP earlier. ECB's Holzman says the persistence of underlying inflation is very high. ECB's Holzman says I wouldn't be in favor of outright APP sales. So shortly expecting the results of this US 2-year note sale. So the pre-sale when issued yield does come out at the top of the hour. The auction results normally come out a couple of minutes after this.
Final trades on CNBC, IBM.
So 5.085% for the pre-sale treasury when issued 2-year yield. Again, 5.085% ahead of this $48 billion auction.
EGNY Charlie, popping here, Papa Golf November Yankee. That hearing it's a newsletter pick.
So high yield 5.085% bid to cover 2 to 73. So the US sold $48 billion, awarding 60.59% of bids at high. Primary dealers took 13.99% of the sale, directs 20.99%, indirect 5.085%, matching the pre-sale when issued yield.
AAPL, Apple introducing Meet with Apple experts.
So US Treasury 2-year yields edge higher after the 2-year note auction. So last up 1.3 basis points at 5.144%.
the same too. So I remember program was lunch that they did the same thing. Well, have a good one, honey.
All right, so we're still in this trade. It's still baking nicely. We're up by 830 here. This is the advantage of day trading. You're just waiting for your table, and now just hold in. And yeah, so we got our table.
She's not here, like.
So still in this trade, I'm just gonna monitor this one for now.
Thanks for the coffee earlier, Hannah, right? It's too sweet for me. It was. Same.
With the cinnamon.
I'm sorry, more than this.
Anything to drink with sweet water? Coffee. Cream.
It's
So I am just gonna mute this one for now. Very loud in here.
NTNX, Nutanix getting a pop here on some volume, November Tango, November X-ray, NTNX. Nutanix with their investor day today, November Tango, November X-ray, and
Shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility. Canada's finance minister saying that the annual limit for mortgage bonds is being increased to 60 billion Canadian dollars from 40 billion, according to a statement. Now seeing 97 counterparties in the US are taking a $1.438 trillion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at
And Nutanix, again,
tothetick.com.
presenting today on their investor day, has a slide mentioning their free cash flow for FY 2027. Reuters headline: President Biden asked if the UAW should get a 40% increase. Biden saying yes, they should get that.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from Fed Governor Bowman, who's delivering welcoming remarks at a Fed Communities event on rental housing affordability. So a text is expected, but no Q&A. So unsure how much monetary policy talk we'll hear from Bowman, again at the bottom of the hour.
Wall Street Journal reported a few minutes ago, tentative Hollywood writers deal allows studios to train AI models on scripts, according to their sources.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Fed Governor Bowman's to deliver welcoming remarks at a Fed Communities event, speaking on rental housing affordability, with a text expected, but no Q&A.
CARR, Carrier Global Share is popping here. Charlie Alpha Romeo Romeo, CARR. Carrier today presenting a webcast. Carrier Investment Climate Solutions webcast started at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That's CARR.
So 1 minute remaining for this text release from Fed's Bowman. Again, is speaking on rental housing affordability. So Feds Bowman does not comment on monetary policy or the economic outlook in her prepared remarks on the housing market. It does say that higher rent burdens underscore a need to curb inflation.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
WFC, Centerbridge Partners, and Wells Fargo enter strategic relationship focused on direct lending to mid-market companies. That's Whiskey Foxtrot Charlie, WFC. IMVT, new highs again, 41.47, up 103%. That's Indy Michael Victor Tango, IMVT.
So the S&P 500 is extending drop down 1.4% now.
Right, so just an update. I took some partial. That one was the double bottom right here. We tested this level at 39.801. So I took some partial there. We're still heading lower. So I still have about 1K shares. And with that remaining shares, it's now up by 700. So still going to be keeping this longer. We have a good entry at this 40 point average cost of 40.46. We are now 39.77. So another unrealized of around 700 in here. Keeping the position, since I already took some partial, I will let this run and try to see whether it will pass the low of the day, 39.62. Yun nga lang, 55 BlackBerry now. All right, since it's very loud in here, I'm just gonna mute this for now.
SLNO, more highs now, 26.98, up 500%. SLNO, more highs now.
So, hello, I know it's very loud in here. I just wanted to do a recap. So I just closed my position. The last exit that I went into is 39.87. That is the sign of reversal in the 5 minutes. As you can see here in the 5 minutes, we did have that bounce. So initially, I partialed with my 900 shares at 39.94. It still went lower at 39.71.
Reuters reporting
So I
FTC lawsuit
partialed
against
at
Amazon assigned to
this
Judge John
bounce,
Huffner,
39.94,
who was
and went all
nominated by
out at
President
39.85.
Reagan.
So with that
That's
1,900
AMZN.
shares, was able to get more than 1K for the day. It took longer than I anticipated to happen. I just already checked out in the hotel, just having a breakfast, late breakfast. So the move happened from this is the first hour, second, third, fourth hour. So we are almost at the fourth hour of the trading day, and that's where the move happened. So that's the reason why I just waited for that move and waited for that consolidation. Now this one can still test. We passed through the low of the day. We made new low at 39.73. It still can go lower just because we do have that inside bar at the daily, but there's no trades to take at this level. This can pretty much just squeeze up as well. So that's why I just exit my position. So all out. And just for a quick recap, I know there's a very loud background here. So let me just close this one. So loud background. I hope you guys can still hear me. But what I saw with SE looking at the daily is that. So yesterday I was able to trade this one to the short. I shorted it here and then went all the way down to around 40.74. And then today we opened at the high of 40.94 when I saw that this one is lower than yesterday. 2-day play, we're inside bar. So I shorted it at this level and then maximizing my share by adding to a position. So every time there's a pop, I add to the pop and cover at the drop. So that's what I did here. So keep adding here, add to my position until I get a 1,900 shares. After the 1,900 shares, we have the consolidation right here. And then just starting to have my cover my position at the sign of reversal, which is clear at the 5 minutes. So sign of reversal, I went all out. So now it's heading higher. So that's how you ride the trade, the trend. I know it's a cliche that the trend is your friend, but in this case, it did work out. It took longer than usual, 3 minutes, or sorry, 3 hours, more than 3 hours. That's why I was doing even checking out, packing, and finishing my trade here and while having breakfast. So that's the beauty of day trading. You don't have to be stuck in a 9 to 5 job. You can be here having breakfast, and you're still able to capture the move. And as long as you have a solid understanding of the technical levels, as well as you have a solid trade book, which we had. So for this one, it's what we call the two-day play. So 2-day play gave us a 1K. I'll take that any time of the day. So tomorrow I will try to do a live streaming, but I will be traveling again. So depending on the internet connection, but hopefully we get a good one so I get to stream live again. So with that, I hope you guys had a green trading day. And for those of you who are asking on where to begin on how to day trade for a living, please check our website out. It's called eCourse Unlock. And with that, you can see our syllabus. We add to the content daily. So learning never stops. If you are an investor, with real estate, you want to partner with us, please check that link as well. We help any type of investor, whether it's a real estate or in stock market. Please feel free to check this website out. And if you do have questions, please email me, by email. And as well as if you want to just download our PDF form, it's right here, our top day trading strategy. And if you want to just see whether day trading is for you, then just head to Amazon and you can avail our book, which is now available in Amazon. It's Trading Unlocked by Mary D. Guzman. And with that, I am signing off from Denver. I hope you guys had an amazing green trading day. And yeah, happy trading. Looks like SE now is just consolidating. So here's my view here. All right. So with that, hope you guys had a green trading day. Happy trading, and I'll see you again next time. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll keep this on just for those of you guys who are still trading. But we are heading to 2, 3 power hour. Power hour in about 1 hour. So we have 2 hours left in the market. So yeah, just be careful with the trades that you're about to take. But yeah, happy trading, and I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.